All right, chat. I think we're good. I think we are. No promises, though. And we might have a little bit of an echo. Just a little bit. That'll be fixed, I don't know, probably by Saturday. Probably by Saturday. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I know how to do this correctly. It's been a while. It's been oh goodness gracious. It's been about 9 months. Ugh. Ugh, kind of disgusting. I know. I need to fix that. It keeps veering off to the left on me. I don't know why. Oh well. Yeah, as I said, if the echo is there, I apologize. It's a little bit of an echo, but it's not the worst thing in the world. So yeah. How's it going all? How's it going all? It's been a while. I know a lot of people are going to be asking, what happened and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, I think that belongs in a whole separate video that will be released. Because I think it's only fair that you guys hear about what all has happened. But best way I can put it to you guys is I was not loving life. I was not loving what I had done and what all the stuff that I had created, and then a bunch of extracurricular stuff happened outside of life and in the Discord server that I know. Volume's very low. I'm gonna either try and turn it up, or can I move my mic closer to me? That might also be, obviously, Nate, it'd be great to move your mic next to you. Here. Give me a second, chat. As I slide this, if I can. I think I can. I just have to go over my other monitor to do it. But it's fine. Slide. Please. Do something. Also, it is very hot in this hoodie. I might actually take this hoodie off. I thought it was going to be a lot warmer down here. It's actually not, which surprises me. The amount of times I've been cold in this living space. Okay. Might be a little bit better. Might be a little bit better. I'm going to take my hoodie off. This is hot. Oh my goodness. I am burning up. And then we'll talk about this tornado-warned storm. And as No, I wasn't in jail. I promise you I wasn't in jail. I am a good civil servant to society. Who am I kidding? Anyways. Yeah, I promise you, I didn't go to jail. How are the chinchillas? All the way back over there. One is in... It's funny you guys mentioned jail. One's in chinchilla jail as I take off my hoodie. So I'll tell you about that as I take off my hoodie, because this is way too hot. I'm burning up in here. It's like a furnace. Okay. A little bit better. I feel better now. Yeah, one's in chinchilla jail over there. I'm gonna move it the other way. There we go. He keeps fighting with his brother and his father. So, yeah. I don't get it. I'm gonna just move this over here. That way it doesn't seem like I'm leaning away from the camera. Yeah, I mean, to put it simply, I've just had a lot of stuff that has happened in life. I am now going to balance this job YouTube full-time. I'm going to try and get back in full-time. And another full-time job that I have. So that's going to be fun. I've just got a lot of ambitions that I want to accomplish. And yeah. It's just the animal kingdom, realistically speaking. That's what happens with male chinchillas. Male chinchillas always do that. It's the female chinchillas that are actually nice and competent. All right, let's talk about weather, shall we? Might as well. I'm going to close that, and then I'm going to let's put that on for right now. Might be a good idea, just so people have an idea as to what's going on there. We do have a tornado warning, just a FYI. We have just a really interesting looking storm, honestly. Of course, it's not a Nate stream without Nate forgetting to put on Epic Pen, but that's fine. Obviously, the tornado warning is in the red box here. We have this little storm here with a little bit of a hook. It's a little mini storm right now. We're not expecting our big storms to really fire off until probably another couple of hours or so. But still, mic is very low. Actually, I can see that still. That might be better-ish. If not, I'm just going to move this up. Can. That might be better. We'll see. And I'll move that right there so that way you can see me better. Would be better, right? So yeah, we still have a little bit of a storm right here. This is going to head off into the Talowa areas as well as the Purvis area, and eventually very close to I-59. It might be a good idea for me to pull up a camera. There's probably going to be a camera over here that is at least, well, maybe it actually might be a little too far north, the cameras, I should say, where we could potentially see it. It would be a good idea for us to also put up the velocities just so we can see what we're looking at. And for the veterans of the channel, I think you guys can kind of see where it's at. But for the non-veterans, that's fine. That's what I'm here for. We have a lot of greens moving towards the radar. We have some grays and reds moving away. So right over here near Talowa is where the rotation is at. You can see it's kind of right in that little notch. As I mentioned, storms that usually try to produce tornadoes usually give off this little hook signature right here. And of course, if you'd like to go ahead and take a look at some other historical tornadoes and stuff like that, you'd see that on radar, most storms look like this, except they're a lot bigger. So it's not exactly that big of a storm. That doesn't mean that it can't, do damage. It can't, be impactful. It's just storms come in all sorts of different shapes and sizes. So you just got to be aware. That's the reason why this is tornado warned. The folks in Talowa, Purvis, as well as, I believe this is McLaurin. Yes, it is. The box was kind of covering up the name there, so it was kind of funny in that sense. And for whatever reason, my radar is not loading on this. So assuming there is probably a new scan here pretty soon, we're going to have to just risk it for the biscuit. But yeah, still rotation over here near Talowa. And then there's also a big mess over here that is just to the south of Hattiesburg. I don't really see anything too significant with that storm as of right now. It is trying to get better organized. You can kind of see in all of this mess, you can kind of outline this red and how it kind of curls off. And so it's trying to become a supercell in its own right. It's just not exactly there yet. And it's hard to say that it will eventually get there, too, because it's got a lot of rain to try and combat. Usually whenever there's a lot of rain, especially from another storm that's nearby it, it kind of impacts the way that these storms want to mature and become intense, if you will. And so it's almost like a coin flip. Sometimes it gets stronger, sometimes it gets weaker, but most of the time, if storms are far enough apart, they actually do become weaker, at least the lead one that ingests a lot of that rain. And so this one is ingesting a lot of rain. I mean, we're talking, if you were to do the difference between these two, this one here has a hook with a little bit of rain out in front of it. This one has a bigger, arc, bigger hook, but a lot more rain around it too. So it's just kind of like, you know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say as to whether or not that storm out near McCollum would be able to do something down the line. But folks that are over in the Richton area and the Runnelstown area over here in Mississippi, and then eventually it'll head over into Waynesboro, you guys should definitely watch out for just the general activity of severe weather. That would be at least my recommendation for the folks over there in the southeastern parts of Mississippi. There's also another storm over here, another one over here. This is not currently tornado warned. It is not tornado warned, so keep in mind the only reason why I'm mentioning this storm is because eventually we are going to have more tornado warnings. And I'm not going to say that I call every single one before it gets tornado warned, because to be quite frank with you, I don't. But I try to catch as much stuff as I possibly can and give updates as I can. And there's this storm over here, and then there's this other storm near Brookhaven. We might have to use another radar to be able to show you guys what's happening with the Brookhaven cell. But both of these storms here are trying to form little hooks of their own. This might be something to watch out for the folks that are over in Smithdale, Bogue Chitto, Brookhaven, as well as Wanilla. Maybe even eventually over into the McGee and the Mendenhall areas. You guys might have to watch out. We'll put up a marker here so that you guys can see the general direction. This white line here starts at the storm. You can see these little tick marks. So there's like one right there. There's another right over Brookhaven. So that would be in about 30 minutes. Each tick mark is about 15 minutes, give or take. It's not exactly set in stone. And, some of you all might be seeing this 1 minute late. I mean, we try to make it as live and in person as possible here. But sometimes the stream isn't exactly live. It's always guaranteed that it'll be at least 1 minute, maybe even, if you're lucky. Some people even get the stream 5 seconds right after I talk. But, the general consensus of when people actually receive this live stream may even be a minute after I say it. So it's not exactly set in stone. Just give yourself a little peace of mind and be aware. Be aware of these storms. All right. They're heading into the general area over there. As I said, Brookhaven is probably the place to watch out for. Same with New Hebron. Same with Rockport, Mendenhall. Maybe areas to the west of McGee. McGee, I would watch out in general, but the general storm motion for you guys with these storms is they might pass off to the north of you. So we'll see. Man, is that Smithdale. Did that take a right turn, or is that going to right turn here soon? That is starting. I mean, look at that there, chat. I don't know why that white bar is there. We'll take the white bar off. Yeah, I'll tell you what, chat. That thing is starting to hook around. That thing is starting to hook around. We actually have a little bit of pink here, believe it or not. This is something that wasn't on even the tornado warned storm. Well, no, there was a little bit. I guess I just didn't notice it in the beginning. Well, I guess that's when I noticed it. But this storm right here is starting to get a little bit of a pink. So a little bit of a hail core within this storm. Just a little bit. And another severe thunderstorm warning over near Natchez. I'm not sure if that has rotation within it. I think those storms earlier actually had a tornado warning associated with it. I'm not sure if it's that one in particular. It might be the ones that are over here near Brookhaven. It very well could be. But there's also the potential. Well, there you go.
Tornado warning for southwestern Simpson County in central Mississippi, Lincoln County in south central Mississippi, northwestern Lawrence County in south central Mississippi, eastern Franklin County in southwestern Mississippi, southeastern Copiah County in central Mississippi.
Well, I don't want to say I call things, but I call things. I'm just kidding. I just said that I don't. I miss a lot of stuff, you guys. There's sometimes to where I miss stuff as well, but we were definitely on this one for quite some time. I'm trying to see if there's any cameras over there. There isn't any in Brookhaven from what I see, but there is one in Macomb, which is just to the south of this tornado warning storm. As I said, if you're in Brookhaven, you guys should definitely watch out for this storm. This is definitely a storm that could try to produce a tornado. I mean, of course, we have the tornado warning on it, as you guys can see with the red polygon. But there is definitely something over there. And even after Brookhaven, so as I said, Bochito, Auburn, this is McCall Creek and Brookhaven. Now, this is the immediate area. Within the next half an hour at maximum to even as soon as a couple of minutes from now, you guys could be seeing some impacts from this strong thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. So please be sure to watch out for that if you guys can. We do have a pretty well-pronounced ZDR arc. I'll tell you what. This might be some advanced terminology for some people, and I'll give you a little hint on what I'm working on behind the scenes. There's going to be a how-to read radar video from me that is going to come out within the next, I'd say, month or two. I'm trying to do some good production with that, so that way it doesn't seem like just a normal run-in-the-mill video. I want to make sure that it gets out to everyone. So, this is what we usually look out for. These little red arcs here, which indicate some scattering of rain within the storm that basically allows for not exactly ventilation. It allows for kind of breathing almost within the storm. It clears out some portions of rain. It allows it to be able to try and ventilate correctly. And in turn, you get a pretty strong thunderstorm that comes out of it. In this case, a mini supercell that is able to try and maybe intensify here within the near future. So that is definitely something we're going to have to watch out. As I said, Brookhaven, Mississippi, you guys are going to want to watch. Our storm here that is over in Taloa and Purvis, this is south of Hattiesburg, is starting to move on out of the I-59 area, or move across I-59. It is now heading towards McLaurin. It looks like it actually is starting to head a little bit further to the south and east. It might ride along this part of the polygon here, in this part of the red area. So if you're in Baxterville over here in Mississippi, you guys are okay. All right, you guys are fine. But over here in McCollum, McLaurin, maybe even areas near New Augusta, as well as Richton and Runnelstown, I would definitely watch out for the potential of some tornadic activity near you. And it still has that classic hook shape. I'll tell you what, this thing is trying to continue to maintain a good shape here. We still have our other storm here. As I said, it's fighting off a lot of the ventilation from this other storm, because this other storm has been creating rain and it's been kind of shooting it at the other one. It's like a water gun fight almost, except with bigger thunderstorms, bigger rain, bigger amounts of rain and stuff like that. But there is a little bit of rotation over here near McCollum. If that can be able to get out by itself, we'll have to watch out for that one still. Perry and Forest counties here in Mississippi, central and northern portions of those counties, definitely need to watch out for this ongoing tornado warning. This storm that could potentially try to produce a tornado here very shortly. And if it doesn't produce a tornado, then, well, thank gosh. I don't want to see any impacts from anybody. Heck, if I could just stream and no tornado were to happen, that would be great. But they issue tornado warnings for a reason. They want to make sure people are safe. So if you have any tornado plans, If you have any precautionaries, that would definitely be helpful and beneficial for you. Still at this storm heading into Lincoln County, Mississippi, there are two storms here that you can see have rotation. You have the one that has been tornado warned here for about, I'd say 5 minutes, chat. Something like that. And then you also have this storm over here to the east of Brookhaven. So folks that are over even further down into Mendenhall, Georgetown, Shivers, Rockport, Oma, Wesson, guys need to watch out for the potential of some tornadoes. All right, let's look at chat here. The Smithdale storm is beginning to mature. Yeah, I would have to agree, James. And I think the crazy part about this storm here too is that I think these storms in general, or at least this complex here, between this batch and then the ones out in front over here in Hattiesburg, those ones probably have the best chance of producing a strong tornado. So the definition of a strong tornado, according to the National Weather Service, is EF2 plus, and we obviously won't be able to know what the rating of the tornado is until afterwards. The damage has to be surveyed by the National Weather Service in order for people to be able to figure out how strong the tornado was. We wish we could look at it on radar and say, oh, it's this strong, but unfortunately, radar is faulty, and there hasn't been a method that has been approved that includes radar data, so we're kind of stuck. Thank you, Darren. It's nice to see chat here too, by the way. Nice to see everyone. I appreciate that, Kevin. Max is a good dude as well. We all try to do the same thing. My Streamlabs just bugged out for whatever reason. I have no idea why. Thank you, Kirby. I appreciate it. The crawler is way out of date. Yeah, it definitely seems to be. Shame. Oh well. Turn that off. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Perry County in southeastern Mississippi, southwestern Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Greene County in southeastern Mississippi.
So that's an extension for the duo that is approaching the Runnelstown area and the Richton area. So it seems the National Weather Service thinks that it's possible for the lead storm to be tornadic. It's possible. So we'll have to watch out for that. You know, chat, it has been a long time since I have streamed, which means you can't go a Nate Snyder stream without some mistakes. The crawler is definitely one of them. Whether Nate is late to the stream, whether Nate hasn't updated anything, or Nate butchers a town name. That's something that happens almost every single stream, chat. I feel like we need to keep track of it. Just so we can laugh about it after the fact. Like, oh, Nate. You're a donut. Okay, I think I fixed it. Joseph Dawson, the 14 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. How much CAPE is in that area? That's a good question. We'll take a look at that here real quickly, and then we'll get back to the analysis of the actual thunderstorms. But let's go surface. Well, no. Well, let's go mixed layer cape. Mixed layer cape's probably the best. So it's hard to tell, but these red contours indicate cape values. All right, so with the storms that are currently in southern Mississippi, they're working with about 500 to almost 1,500 joules per kilogram of cape. Somewhere in and along that line, that is good enough for thunderstorms to be able to do stuff. It also explains the reason why the storms are partially a little smaller because there's not as much energy to go around. Typically, an abundant environment contains 2,000 to 3,000 joules per kilogram of cape. So it's got some. It doesn't have a whole lot, but it's got some. But there is some cape within this environment. If we're talking about 3 cape, 3 cape. There's a bunch. There is a good bunch here. I'll tell you what. There's quite a bit of cape here, chat. I'll tell you what. 3 cape, typically you want north of 70 joules per kilogram, 75 joules per kilogram of cape. We got a good bit here, chat. We got about, at most, we're talking 225 joules per kilogram of 3 cape. Right in there. That's the lowest 3 kilometers in the atmosphere. So from the surface up into the sky. This is a good bit of cape here, chat. This is a nice little 3 cape environment. And we also have some vorticity along with this too. We got some vorticity embedded within that. Yeah, we got a nice little tornado event here today. Nice little tornado event here today that's possible. Let's take a look at moisture convergence, just to kind of see what we're looking at. Actually, it might be better for us to do upper air deep moisture convergence. There we go. This will kind of tell us as to whether or not there is convergence and if it's going to be an abundance of convergence. Sometimes chat, sometimes you don't want too much. You don't want too much convergence or else it's all going to be just one big mess. Kind of like what's happening up here. You see this? You have a lot of red contours stacked individually with each other, and you even have some that are all the way back over here. You have a lot that are pretty stacked. You have some over here, but not as many thunderstorms, so it's kind of hard to say as to whether or not these might be high precipitation eventually. I think it might be possible. It might be possible to be high precipitation based here soon, but we do have convergence and we have some moisture too. That's very interesting that the Brookhaven cells don't have as much moisture convergence. They might be pretty discrete at some point. That might be something to note. Yeah. Right now, based off of me looking at this stuff here, based off of me looking at these storms, obviously we mentioned before that these storms out in front is what we're going to watch out for potential strong severe activity. But for right now, if you had to ask which storms seem to be more impactful, at least in the long term, when these storms over here that are near Brookhaven, when they move off to areas southeast of Jackson, south of Forest, heading into the Meridian areas, those ones probably would be the ones I'd watch the most. Could I take a sounding? I probably could. I'd have to figure out how I would be wanting to go that direction. I'll take a sounding a little bit later. Let's go back into... Becca's watching. She's not in chat, but she's watching right now. So shout out to Mrs. Wonderful out there. Seems legit, Blueberry. Nice to see you, Morgan. Nice to see you. That is definitely Mejia. I'm going to save this, by the way, so that way I have this template for later. Yes, I do all of my thumbnails on PowerPoint. It's very surprising, I know. Um... So the cool thing about my living space down here, guys, by the way, um, with my new office, is that I have a second computer that I can look over here on the side. All the things that I need to try and find stuff on Twitter, I'd be able to just look over here and then boom. Boom. Would be able to see stuff. I'll tell you what, this storm here near Oma, Rockport, and Shivers is starting to get its act together. Or at least it's starting to try. Nadometer. That got me. That got me. That got me. Yep. You win. Nadometer. You know what? Maybe I should trademark that, chat. On the nadometer, this is what we can expect today. Crystal, as my camera fizzes out, Crystal, I applaud you. That is creative. That is creative. Thank you, Chris. Nice to see you. Thank you, Mark. Nice to see you as well. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you, Red. Nice to see you, Marshall. Hattiesburg Storm seems like it could be long track this evening. I'll tell you what, regardless of which storm I think could be the most, impactful, I think the storms that could be right along this warm front. It's hard to tell where the warm front is to people who may not be able to, interpret data. But the main thing that I can just point out to you all is the leading edge of these storms, so the ones that are currently right here in southern and southeastern Mississippi, they're going to be riding a lot of vorticity. And, Chat, did I not say that this McCollum storm is going to be impactful if it can get by itself? How did this happen? And then immediately, a part 2 of how did this happen? How did I look at it and then all of a sudden it fizzed out a little bit? People over here in Richton and areas south of Runnelstown, I would make sure you guys watch out the potential of a tornado being possible. It's hard to say if it is on the ground or not. We're just really far away from the radar. A lot of good rotation with it, though, I'll tell you what. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. This is first time we've showed the correlation coefficient here on this stream. Correlation coefficient, best way I can put it, is if it is red, it's rain. If it's not red, it could be an abundance of things. It could be rain with hail. It could be rain with air, rain with debris, smoke, whatever. But tornadoes, good way for us to tell if it's on the ground or not is if it's doing damage. That's the unfortunate way of saying it, but that's how we kind of see if tornadoes are on the ground. So looking at it, we have our rotation here. So we've switched our radar. Our radar is now in Mobile. And you can see red's moving away from Mobile, green's moving towards. We have a tornado vortex signature right here, just to the south and west of Richton. This will be heading into the Richton areas here pretty soon. So if you're in Richton, Mississippi, or if you're in areas north of Richton, Mississippi, you guys are definitely going to want to watch out for that. See if I can pull this up here to the side. Haha! I knew I could. This is the cool part about my office. I can have my computer here to the side, and I could be able to look at stuff and verify things before y'all see it, because we're gonna try and make make strides to accuracy and all that. Excuse me, while I cough my brains out. Thank you, Denise. Appreciate that. Thank you, Darth. Thank you, Gabe. I definitely have missed chat, I'll tell you what. Yeah, this Richton Stell is definitely one to watch. That just got updated. The radar is not as crazy. We'll check back in on this Richton cell in a second. Actually, the cool thing also about my other computer is that I can pull up the data over here too. So I can watch it while I am on here. So that way we make sure we cover everything, chat. We're trying to make sure, as I said, accuracy and efficiency if we can. These storms over here near Wesson, Rockport, Oma, Brookhaven, they're trying to get their acts together. It's not there yet. Might have to look at the New Orleans radar to be able to see what's happening with this Brookhaven cell. And this Brookhaven cell is still trying to do stuff. Are we sure we don't have a camera over here in Brookhaven? We don't. That's unfortunate. If we had a camera over here in Brookhaven, I'm telling you, we probably would see a really interesting wall cloud. Be a real interesting wall cloud. Oh well. We work with what we got. Yeah, this one's definitely still spinning, still trying to do stuff. Still tornado warning here, of course, as you can see in the red box. Basically what I'm looking at right now, we have a hook echo right here, so rain trying to wrap around into the bottom side here. And right on the leading edge of the bottom part of the hook echo, that is where you typically find your rotation. And rotation then can be found also on the velocities. We have reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards the radar. So right in the middle is where the rotation is. You know what I should do here, chat? I'll do that first. And then secondly, I need to put up 2-minute timers. There we go. Hopefully people do not lose their ears off of the timer. But the whole purpose of that is for me to be able to try and switch in between the two areas. Yeah, that storm over in Richton still not doing anything right now, so we're good on that front. But yeah, we still have this rotation over here near Brookhaven. So folks that are over near Brookhaven, Mississippi, you guys definitely going to want to watch out. Check up on Monroe. Are we talking about Monroe, Louisiana? Because if you're talking about Monroe, Louisiana, Monroe is pretty far back. Monroe, Mississippi, I'll be honest, I have no idea where that is. So we'll have to figure that out. But I just want to verify with you there in chat. Cat need info? Cat's still here. Cat's upstairs. Just not down here right now. There's also this storm over here in Fayette. A lot of strong winds with this one. We got a severe thunderstorm warning with this. Big line of storms. Usually what can happen with this line is you can get some wind that pushes in behind it and creates these little bows. At the top part of the bow, or the arc, we call it a bow echo, but arcs are good too. That's where the strongest winds are usually concentrated. And you can see there's a lot of strong wind right in this area as well. And my timer's going to go off, so let's see. It did not make noise. Okay, cool. Then that's perfect. We're just going to be doing that every 2 minutes if I can. I wish I could be able to just put my clock up. My clock's not up down here quite yet. It will be here soon. But I could just look up at the clock and be able to just try and keep a mental note of things. If you're just tuning in here right now, we're talking about severe storms down here in Mississippi. Some of these have the potential of trying to produce tornadoes. I will refresh my Twitter here on the side to see if I can find any tornadoes or pictures of people posting them. There was a tornado yesterday in Pensacola, Florida, that got rated an EF1. Unfortunately, injured 3 people. I do not see anything right now for any reports. So that's good news. Brookhaven still has a lot of strong rotation here at this time. Folks over here in Brookhaven, Mississippi, Wesson, Mississippi, Sontag, and Oma, Mississippi. You guys are going to want to watch out for that. This thing could definitely try to produce a tornado. There's also this cell over here near Rockport. I'm going to go look at this storm from the Jackson, Mississippi radar. I mean, it still is rotating. If I go up and tilt here, so as the radar looks higher and higher up into the storm, you can definitely see where the rotation would be. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So it definitely is there. And this Brookhaven cell, we're going to watch out for this pretty closely. Which radar is closer? This is 3.3. That's 5. Okay, so the Jackson, Mississippi radar is now going to be the primary radar for both of these storms. If there's something that happens with these storms, the Jackson, Mississippi radar should be able to get it, as it's closer in range than the New Orleans radar. So that's just a mental note for folks who might be tracking this with us, the folks at home. If you want to track the Brookhaven and the Rockport cells, the ones that currently have a tornado warning on it, it is best to go to KDGX in Jackson, Mississippi. How long of a window do we have discrete convection? We got a pretty long window, honestly. The best way I can put it is when these storms catch up with the storms out in front, your window is closed. So that's the best way I can put it. Lot of wind makers here with these storms. I'll tell you what. It is possible Ooh. We're going to check up on Richton here in a second as I find... We're going to go... Why didn't I do this earlier? Am I just a donut? It's possible that I'm just a donut, chat, but we'll see. Yeah, this storm that's over here on the border, or just to the east of the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, near Fayette, I'll tell you what, this could potentially try to produce some spin-ups within this huge gust of wind. We might get some little spinny boys in here. A lot of red moving away, a lot of green moving towards. Usually what this means is you have a lot of wind that is just packing a punch on the southwestern side of these storms. The wind is kind of pushing and creating this arc. So if we go back to the reflectivity, you can kind of see the arc a little bit there. Kind of see a little bit of the bow, the reds jutting out just like that. So usually there are some whirlpools that happen, whether it's at the top, the bottom, stuff like that. When was the last time I streamed? May of last year. It has been that long, ladies and gentlemen. It has been that long. Now my nose is all stuffy. Thanks, Nate. Woo! Angelo with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, welcome back. You were missed. Yeah. I'm sorry. I missed you guys too as well. There's a lot of stuff that just happened behind the scenes. A lot of stuff. But that's for a separate video. The basic gist of it is, goodness gracious, I did not like what I was doing, nor did I like all the stuff that I helped create, and then had a lot of people problems. And then I just decided, you know what, I'm just gonna reset. So that's what I did. But as I said, I'll go more into it. Kirby with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you much. It feels longer. Trust me when I say it really does feel super long. It's long. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream so far, by the way. I appreciate you guys. If you're just tuning in here right now, we got this storm. We have a couple storms, actually, that are trying to produce tornadoes. But this one over here in Brookhaven, Mississippi, this one in particular is definitely trying to. Got some good rotation here from the radar. Or, well, technically, tornadoes and or rotation is not good, per se. But this is based off of strength. We've got some decently strong rotation here with greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So this still definitely is some strong areas of activity. We mentioned earlier that we wanted to look at the storm near Richton. The main reason why I wanted to look at the Richton cell with you all is because of this frame right here. It's hard to tell as to if anything significant happened within this, but anytime I start to see pixels start to intensify, it takes a jump per se. So we had a lot of dark greens here. And then of course we had some bright pinks here as well. But anytime you start to see some category jump up in strength, that usually catches my eye. Of course, in the next frame, it doesn't really look like it sustained that intensity, but the one thing about tornadoes is that they can form as quickly as they, you know, as quickly as they can, sometimes even in a blink of an eye, and sometimes they die in a blink of an eye. So a lot of things can happen in between scans of the radar. The radar, not always something that updates every single second. Instead, it updates, in this case, every 2.5 minutes. So a lot of stuff can happen in those 2.5 minutes without us even looking at the radar and getting a bunch of stuff. Mark with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'm glad to see you're great. I appreciate that. Thank you much. Trying to figure out what to do Saturday. Senior formal starts at 9 p.m., but I also don't want to miss looking at storm stuff. Just get overstimulated and watch the formal. It's possible. It's possible. There's some times to where I've got caught doing that in some parties and stuff that I know from people. Grim with the 20. Jared, nice to see you as well. I really do appreciate that. Just remember, what happens under the mezzo stays under the mezzo. Yep. Yeah, isn't that the truth? As soon as I say, hey, let's pay attention to the Richton cell, the Richton cell starts to slowly die down a little bit. So that's kind of a wow on my part. Let's go back to that storm that's over.
Tornado warning for southeastern Claiborne County in southwestern Mississippi, northeastern Jefferson County in southwestern Mississippi.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Did I not mention that this could potentially try to create little spin-ups? Dear Watson, that is exactly what just happened. Or at least, that's what it could do. It's possible for a little spin-up within this, and the National Weather Service agrees. We have a nice little tornado warning here. Nice little sized one, I should say. This is northeastern Jefferson, southeastern Claiborne counties in Mississippi. A little area of rotation here. You can see bright reds and pinks moving away, greens moving towards. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And it's kind of on the leading edge of this area of strong gusty winds that are surging in. You can even see a little bit of a rear inflow jet down here at the bottom. So usually when you have a lot of winds that come in and pack a punch, you can start to get a little bit of this whirlpooling effect. And it's more than common. It's more than common. Almost always will you see rotation develop on the northern side. Southern side, not as much. So that's definitely something to watch out for. Once again, Tillman, Pattison, areas heading out to this. Wow, there's not really a whole lot over here. That's good news, isn't it? But folks over in the western portions of Copiah County in Mississippi definitely need to watch out. People are telling me Crosby storm. What's happening in Crosby? Well, there is a little bit of rotation in Crosby. I'll definitely tell you what, it is ventilating. Yeah, don't be surprised. Good call, chat. Don't be surprised if there could be some activity that develops over there. What is that in Hamburg? Is that another supercell that's trying to develop? That might be something to watch too. My goodness. The unfortunate thing about some of these storms, I will say, and I'll talk about these ones in particular. So I'll go back to the main radar. You can see how can I put this? The resolution of the data starts to get really wonky. And the main reason for that, besides the one over here in Crosby, is just because those storms are starting to get further and further away from the radar. So we're getting in a little bit of a radar hole with some of these. We're going to have to watch to see what all happens with that. Real quickly here, chat. Let me do my duty. There we go. Me too, Matt. I'm going to be honest. Me too. But I miss this place too much. So yeah, this Crosby storm has a good bit of hail for right now. But I don't think you know, it might be beneficial for us to bring radar scope into the mix. The funny part, chat. So I don't have Omega anymore. And it's just simply because I'm trying to reduce costs in general. Like, I don't need 5,000 radar applications anymore. I just don't. So I'm just going to use GR2 and radar scope. There's no point in me having Omega. Especially if I'm just going to be tempted to try and use chasers. And you can't. Can't on live streams, at least. Let's take a look at the storm in Richton. Looks to me like the storm in Richton is starting to gust out a little bit. So it's doing what I thought it was going to do about 45 minutes ago, and then it tried to develop a rotation. I think the old rotation that was over in Taloa has kind of disappeared. Yeah, it looked like it did a left split. It looked like it did a left split, so it kind of best way I can say this is it split itself in two. And one part of the storm went the normal trajectory and the other went the other. But I will say this here, chat. Don't give up on this storm quite yet. With the old part of the cell, the old Taloa cell now on the southern side, and you still have the main supercell over here, we might get a little bit of a Fujiwara. Basically meaning that the storms might try to rotate around each other. And usually on the southern side, that's where we start to see a little bit more of the tornadic activity start to increase. It starts to uptick in nature. So we'll watch out for that. I'll tell you what I'll do. What the heck is a goal? Make Super Chat more fun with a goal? What the heck is that? 10 Super Chats. Chat, so much stuff has changed. So much stuff has changed. No, I don't think I will do a goal. Oh, share how you'll stop. Oh, it's like that. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't think I will do that today. I might do that in the future, though. Richton rotation dying out? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Yeah, there's so much stuff that has changed. It's kind of interesting. All right, let's turn back around. There's the tornado warning that just expired now. Don't give up on that storm quite yet, though, chat. Trust me when I say there's still a lot to do with that one. Man, this Mendenhall cell is just looking real oof. Still no cameras over there, so that's kind of unfortunate. There's a camera in Collins that's looking south, so that doesn't help. We're just going to have to wait to see when these storms get into good viewing range. It looks like the cell that was over in Tillman, so the quick spin up that I was talking about earlier, it spun up, but it didn't really do much beyond it, so I don't think it's going to be doing too much in the short term. Short term, we're talking the next 5-10 minutes. It is definitely possible. It is definitely possible that we could see some more spin ups within the storm. So same thing with the other storm that I was talking about. Don't just forget about this storm just because it's not doing anything. Good thing I looked at it. This storm over here that is near McNair and Union Church. I'll tell you what. Guys gonna want to watch out for that one. That one looks like it's trying to become a supercell. I have a little bit of a hook echo right here. Little bit of a hook. And right on the leading edge of that hook echo is where the rotation would be. And you can see this definitely does have a little bit of rotation with it. So we'll watch out for that. Pretty soon, we're really going to have to watch out for this part of the storm. Right there. So this right here, if we start to see more rain on this portion of the storm, we'll probably start to see thunderstorm intensification with this one in particular, near Mendenhall. And that one could eventually try to become tornadic as well. I like that, botanic. Or botanic. It's not botanic. That's the most American thing I've ever said. Botanic. Botanic. My ands. North of the warm front, though? Yes and no. It kind of is, but it's also still surface space to an extent. Just because you're a little bit north of the warm front doesn't mean that it can't break through the cap. Depends upon if it was that far north. If it was like in Philadelphia over here, then I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But you can even see here. It's trying. It is absolutely trying. You've got a left flank velocity enhancement with it still. It's, as I said, it's give it a little bit of time. A little bit of time. Especially if it can move right. I'm gonna decisions. The Crosby storm is still just kind of up and about. It's trying to intensify, so we'll watch out for that still as it heads into Franklin County, Mississippi. But what is this? Who's this little dude? Who's this little dude? What is it doing? A little mini, little small one. Yeah, see, that cell is right on the border of the worm front. Those ones that are now starting to go northeast of Brookhaven. Huh. It's getting there. Let me look at my Twitter here on the side to see if there is anything new. I don't see anything new that's really impactful. I don't see anything crazy. So that's one thing. You know, if there is one thing that Dixie Alley, so thunderstorms that are down here in Mississippi and Alabama are pretty famous for, is being a mess. It's being a mess. Lena, what's up? Nice to see you. Thermo's not there yet. I mean, I think it's there. It's just, how can I put this? If I were to guess, the lower level jet hasn't kicked in yet, or it's not fully in full force quite yet. You live for Saturday too? More than likely. More than likely. How bad will Saturday be? There's a good chance it's going to be a strong, severe weather outbreak. I see the ceiling being a moderate and the floor being what it is right now as an enhanced. So, when a storm turns right, does that mean strengthening is occurring? Most often, it means that it's reached the final stage of its strengthening period. So it's now a mature thunderstorm, turning into a supercell. Take a sounding. Skew T. Here we go. Here's your sounding. Based off of the wrap. I hate the fact that it's like that. Oh. You know what? There we go. Boom. So, sounding here, it's not that bad, honestly. According to the wrap, this environment, not a whole lot of capping inversion. I will say, though, I don't like the fact that the wind shear is unidirectional. All this wind is just moving in one direction. So, this is a little bit better, though. The storms that are further north near Brookhaven, A little bit more veering here. This is on the warm front. Thanks, Jim. It's nice to see you guys. It's humid at the surface? Oh, absolutely. It's humid. Technically, it's humid all the way up and down, but there is a little bit of dry air here at both 700 millibars, or a little bit below 700 millibars, and places in between 400 and 500 millibars. But there is some veering there. What about the photograph? I mean, it is kind of veering. You have winds coming from the south that eventually go northeast, eventually turn and move northeast. I mean, it's kind of there. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, that's a heck of a photograph, I'll tell you what. Let me pull the Jackson, Mississippi photograph real quick. How do I get rid? Yes. Oh, crap. Yes, I want to get rid of that. Thank you. Whew, goodness. Well, it is definitely veering. The winds are definitely veering. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Well, you know what? Actually, there's 3 storms right now that look the best when it comes to organization. All right. You have the one that's over in Mendenhall. You have this one that's back over here in Franklin County. And then the little mini cell in eastern Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana. Just looks. It looks like it's just blowing up. Yeah, the cell that was over in Crosby that's heading into Meadville. That would definitely be the one to watch. You can even see there's a little bit of a hook with this one as well. Rain wrapping around down to the bottom part of the storm. So there is definitely something there. We only have 1 tornado warning right now, by the way, so rejoice, as we don't have a whole lot of stuff at the moment. And that's the good news. We don't really want a whole lot of stuff. Less tornadoes equals less problems for people. How much snow did I get? This past storm that I got was around 2 inches, maybe 3 inches. Just coming in, what do you use to look at on mesoscale analysis? I look at an abundance of things, honestly. It's more than just one thing, per se. Actually, here. Mesoanalysis. We can just use that. I can get rid of this stupid super chat thing. Okay. Couple things that I use. Okay. All of which are going to be specified down here at the bottom. So I recommend, if you want to look at the stuff that I use, look at that. Okay. 3 cape and vorticity can be found under multi-parameters and fields. Thermodynamics, 100 millibar mixed layer cape. I use that pretty frequently. Wind shear photograph map. I use that pretty frequently, actually. That one's pretty good. The hodograph map actually tells me that the stuff over here in southeastern Mississippi need to be watched as well. So I'll keep an eye on that too. Moisture convergence can be found under surface. I use this pretty often. Surface observations, of course, that's self-explanatory. Lower level lapse rates, use that pretty often. Lapse rates are going to get a little bit better. They're going to get better. It'll take a little bit of time. And then I pretty much use any other upper air that you can think of. So like 300 millibar, try to find the jet streak. 500, 800. I mean, it might not just be that the low level jet hasn't kicked in, it's just that everything is unidirectional right now and nothing has been able to spin. So that might be the second idea. I know I said earlier that low level jet hasn't kicked in. The low level jet isn't expected to get that much stronger according to that model. According to your name another 3 or 4 times, don't be surprised. Do not be surprised at all. This cell over here near Monticello over here. Over here. Keep an eye on that for a little bit longer. At least I will. Yeah. It's on the struggle bus. The struggle bus. Look back at this cell that was over near Richton. It had a tornado warning on it earlier. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. And it's heading into the state line general vicinity on the border of Mississippi and Alabama. So we'll have to watch for that. WAF sounding shows a little bit of stable air near the surface. That would make sense as to the reason why things aren't fully spinning up. Yeah, that would definitely make sense. Is it going to be worse later? Yeah, it's going to start ramping up to a point to where it does end up becoming a stronger threat for severe weather. Kind of curious to look, so I'm going to bring this up. Once again, do not care to have that around. Let us go down here. Now keep in mind, what you see on this map is not going to be completely accurate. It's not going to be... It's not going to be completely accurate, but we're getting there. We're getting there. So, according to the HRRR, a lot of these storms out here are going to try and get discrete as we move along. There's a couple of storms out in front that try to continue to do that. Some point at around 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. We could see some of those stronger storms start to form. Even earlier over here at 5 Eastern, 4 Central, the storms out in the back, so the storms that we're currently watching right now that are crossing I-59, those ones in particular, or is it 59 or is it 55? 55. My apologies, not 59. 55. These ones are supposed to be trying to make noise. Stable air is okay, just won't spin through because the winds aren't directional enough. See, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. It's just, you know, a lot of these storms are trying to play poker face with us almost. It's the best way I can put it. Been forever since the last stream. Yeah, it's been a little bit, but hopefully we'll get some more consistency. Good to see you, Will. Still no active tornado warnings at this time. That's good news. Let's see if we can find some live cameras to look at. There's a storm that's hitting Hattiesburg at the moment. There's also storms that are back over there. It might be cool for us to look at the Natchez stream. Am I streaming on Saturday? That's the plan, or the hope. There's a camera in Monticello now? Are you serious? Ayo! Chat, we are going to watch. Get this bar out of here. Be gone. So Monticello, Mississippi. I'll have to update this map. I'll tell you what. They've been adding a lot of cameras. Monticello, Mississippi has a camera. And there's a little mini storm that is right here. Right next to it. Little mini cell. It has a little bit of rotation with it too. It was near Ruth, and it's heading up near Monticello. I'll be honest, though. I have no idea where this is looking at. Some analysis about tomorrow. Time for me to look. See, as soon as I take off my hoodie, it now gets cold. It doesn't look to be too crazy. Franklinton, Louisiana mini soup. I'll have to look at that here pretty soon. Yeah, tomorrow it'll just be continuation of what happens tonight. A lot of wind. If anything, people should really not have to fret over that. It'll be Saturday. Saturday is when things are gonna go a little crazier. We will have a video for you guys tomorrow. It'll be a little late. Everything, our upload schedule is really going to be the 8:00 p.m. time frame for folks who are curious about that. Folks that might be interested. 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when we can start to see some of that. That's pretty cool that there's a camera in Monticello now. Bank of Forest. That's probably Jackson. Mendenhall. There is a camera in Mendenhall. Chat, I have not updated my map. That much is clear to me. Where is this gonna... Do we actually have a view? Or is this just... It's gonna bait me, chat. That's what it did. It baited me. Do I still live in PA? Yes, I do. Still live near the same area as well. South Central. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that they've added new cameras. I think it loaded it as I clicked out. Of course. We'll keep it there for right now just to see. We'll go back to radar. Yeah, it's good to be back, Wade. It's good to be back. So we have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. Maybe you were seeing things. I mean, we all see things. So I get that. Ooh, I will say, this camera over here in Notches always is pretty decent. So we'll keep that up there for right now. But this cell that's heading into the Brookhaven area, we mentioned this earlier about how there could be some severe weather with these storms. I have no idea where that guy is at. Should you get Twitter? I mean, it depends. Do you value yourself? Twitter can be pretty much a huge mess sometimes. There's only so much you can get from Twitter. Yeah, I have no idea where that dude is. So I'm just going to choose not to pay attention. Franklinton? Oh, it's the baby cell from earlier. Yeah, that's still... It's still trying to do stuff. Lamau. At the moment, it looks like it's a pretty fragile storm. It's pretty small. It's pretty isolated. It's still got time to try and intensify. Right now it's not doing too much though. So we're good on that front. We're good. Jackson, Mississippi. Use their radar. Well, it was fun, but the Mendenhall cell is turned into the Polkville cell, and the Polkville cell is getting ran into by other thunderstorms. So this right here is what I was talking about with the deep moisture convergence. When I go back over here to meso, okay, go over to upper air and then the deep moisture convergence, this is what I was talking about, okay? So when you have a lot of these red contours that start to band together into heavy amounts, there's usually a lot of convergence in there, and sometimes it's too much convergence. This area over here is starting to get into that level of too much convergence, and I foresee that in the next, I don't know, give or take 30 minutes, this might change. You'll see a lot more red contours right within this area. You can get some, some is good. Some is good. A lot? Eh, lot's not too good. You don't want too much convergence to the point to where you have nothing but rain. Speaking of your warm front, lovely looking warm front here we have. Lovely. Put this back to the radar. Tell you what, this cell that's... A couple of these cells look kind of interesting. Excuse me. All good, Lena. I love how chat's even agreeing with me that Twitter is not all that. It just... If you can ignore the noise, Twitter can be a good place. If you can't, it gets pretty crazy. Town, Mississippi cell looks best. Yeah, it's getting there, but it also is partially because it's also near good resolution. All this other stuff is a little bit further away from the radar, but I definitely agree. Based off of presentation, it looks like it's in the best spot. I really still think this McCall Creek and Brookhaven cell should be a storm to watch. If this thing can start to wrap up just a little bit more, we definitely could see a tornado warning coming up soon. We could. And if not, if this thing falls over its face, then I'll be happy. I will definitely be happy. Better safe than sorry with that, though. Man. Is that cell near state line just not doing anything anymore? It was good. It was, but now it's not. Yeah, I'm only on Twitter for sports updates, weather updates, and memes. I send memes to Becca all the time. All the time. So it's just like, But there's just so much drama in all of it. It's just kind of annoying. You got better things to do in life and just make fusses. But, I mean, sometimes people just do it to do it. I think I'm going to move my radar to somewhere else. At least my side radar. That's what I'm going to move. Let's take a look at a view from downtown Jackson. Let's get that up on the view for right now. That way we just have something to look at. And we'll cycle through a bunch of that stuff too. That's not what I want. Right now, I'm in my other computer right now, and I am going to update some of these things. Red. That is a new tornado warning. All right, as soon as I say something.
Tornado warning for north central Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southeastern Walthall County in southern Mississippi.
So that's the Tylertown cell. So this cell right here has the tornado warning on it. Look at that. Look at it go. Sheesh. Little mini Tylertown cell. So if you're over here in State Highway 48 over here in Mississippi, in between Tylertown and Sandy Hook, it'd be good for you to stay in your safe space. Take your proper precautions if you can. That'll eventually head over towards Columbia within the next half an hour. So very, very interesting here. But it's got all you need. It's got a little hook right within that area. It's got an inflow notch, rotation right on the leading edge of it. You can clearly see the rotation with it here on velocities. Reds moving away, greens and blues moving towards. I forgot. Turn that all off. Put that there. Boom. Might be good for us to take a new storm relative. No, it's still there. It's still good. Excuse me. That's a good point. We could do a 3D. I kind of like that idea, actually. While this is loading, look at chat some more. Beck and I doing? We're doing fine, actually. We have a nice little thing going for us. She'll pop in and chat and probably talk later on tonight. Or if she gets out of her meeting and is able to get on, she might say hi for a little bit here soon. We'll see. Yeah, it definitely has a little mini inflow notch to your chat. I think I might have taken a 3D a little too far northeast though. This is a little bit better. You guys can see this. It's got a little inflow notch, a little mouth right within here where it collects all of its moisture. Yes, storms do have this. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? So, I'm going to mute my mic here real quick. Just had to do that real quick. Pretty soon I'm going to have to wash my keyboard. I'll tell you what, my keyboard is taking a beating. But yeah, this is definitely pretty interesting cell. I'll tell you what though. This right here, the fact that there's a gap in the hook, that's makes me question a couple of things. Where's bulk shear? Surface to 6 kilometer bulk shear. Well, it has enough. Huh. Strange. Very strange. Look at these other cells here real quickly. As I said, I'm telling you what. This Brookhaven cell. This Brookhaven cell is really giving me it's I'll tell you what. This cell is giving me a lot of vibes from some of the storms earlier. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a tornado warning on this. I wouldn't be surprised. It's unfortunate that we can't get data from this METAR station, but this one down here near Macomb, I will say, it doesn't bode well for the storm that we have southwesterlies. So once again, more unidirectional shear from top to bottom. Just did a split. Did it? It did. Yeah. I don't know about this one anymore, Chief. Columbia, if you're still watching, I would still watch out for this tornadic thunderstorm. But man, it's it's doing something. I'll tell you what. I'll do you. It's doing something. Did I see twisters? I did. I did. What's up, Marilyn? Nice to see you. Got to see it on your birthday. Well, that's pretty cool. I got to see it out in a what's its face? I can't remember. Outdoor movie theater. Can't remember what the word for it is right now. I'm too tired. I work all day. My brain is not working. My brain, function, please. I like it. I thought it was okay. It didn't ruin the main Twister movie, and that is what is important. I thought it was okay. 6.5, maybe 7. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10, sorry. Drive-in. Oh my gosh. Chat. You want to know something funny about what I do? So, I said I work another full-time job, right? So I'm going to be balancing 2 full-time jobs for the rest of severe season. Unless if I can find a way to change my hours. Or blow up on YouTube, but that's not going to happen. We're just doing this for fun anyways. We're doing this for fun, and we're doing this for the interactions with the people. So I work at Target, but I work at a warehouse in Target. And the amount of times my head and my stomach just said, nope, you're not okay. Or the amount of times I had to count items and I miscounted and I had to recount again, or that I forgot that I counted an item today, was just not. It's more than more than two hands worth. All right. If I were to count on my fingers, I would need more fingers. So today, the usual common English is not. The English is not Englishing for me, chat. Speaking of English, we'll put some English on the storm as the storm is about to approach Brookhaven. And there's your tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Lincoln County in south-central Mississippi, northern Lawrence County in south-central Mississippi, southeastern Copiah County in central Mississippi.
Well, if you are in those counties, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. Brookhaven, Wesson, Oma, Wanilla. Words are hard sometimes. See, I'm glad people can understand. I'm glad people can understand. Oh boy. So new tornado warning. This one definitely has caught our eye for the past, 10, 15 minutes, chat. So if you're in Brookhaven, Wesson, Oma, Wanilla, get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Honestly, I think this Tylertown cell, if I go check up on it here in a couple of minutes, we might be getting close to it needing to be canceled. The warning. So nice to see Corey. Everyone here, I'm sure in chat, is here for the same or similar reason. So I'm happy everyone is enjoying themselves here. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have 2 tornado warnings over here in Mississippi. If you know anyone that lives in the southern portions of Mississippi, I definitely recommend that you guys let them know that you got some activity up in this area. Meadville, Mississippi just had a report, official report here. Trees and power lines down. And that's off of McNair Road. You know, we might be getting close to the point to where we will have to bring up some emergency management scanners. Real quickly, let me pull this up. Pull up my sound settings. Okay, so my Google Chrome is working there. So let me do that. Let me pull up a scanner from Brookhaven. Let's see if there's any sort of live stuff. We do not care. This is Lincoln County. It's going to play an ad, so we're going to... Oh, it's not going to play an ad. That's pretty cool. We'll keep that there for right now then. Any possibility if the main threat could be a nocturnal severe weather threat? Well, let me put it to you this way. I definitely think it could become a nocturnal event. The main threat, however, It's going to be very difficult for me to say. It'll just depend upon how long these storms can survive for. I definitely think it's possible that it could turn into a nocturnal threat. It'll just, yeah. We'll just have to see. Well, the tornado warning has been turned into a severe thunderstorm warning. The one that is over in Tylertown. So that answers our question as to whether or not that storm could. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Disgusting, chat. This thing died. This thing straight up said, nope, I don't want to be a thunderstorm anymore. I just want to be a rain shower. That's what it is right now. I don't hear anything of value. There's a lot of people that's calling off in Brookhaven. They're going home. Excuse me, chat. Yeah, people in the fire department are going home. It is getting close to 4 o'clock. I will say, it is getting close to 4 o'clock. It's around that time into which people are going home. So, if you're watching from your car right now, you're listening from your car, hopefully you're not watching from your car because you should be driving. You should have your eyes on the road, but... You listening? Hopefully you guys are being safe. I'm going to look at my side screen here. Tornado latest. So one thing I want to mention while I'm scrolling through Twitter. Yeah, people are going home. One thing I want to mention while I'm looking at this side screen. I am turning that down. That's it. I cannot handle. These storms that we are going to be encountering here tonight. It's going to be very difficult for people to see it from a distance. The main reason being is because oh,
unsure if it hit him with a hydroplane. He doesn't know. The 84 westbound near Franklin Line, black pickup in the median.
So black pickup, 84, 84 westbound, the black pickup truck that hydroplaned, unfortunately. So hopefully he's okay. There's no reports of injuries right now. That's the good news. But that also highlights the danger of driving in these conditions during the strong storms. All right. So there's a difference between driving in a storm that, isn't really a whole lot and a storm that is a whole lot. And, obviously, as soon as a rain shower comes through, I'm turning you down again. If there's anything impactful from you, buddy, I'll mention it. But obviously when a storm goes through and it rains, it mixes up with the oil and it makes, the oil or the gas that comes out of your car, and it starts to make things excessively slippery at first. It doesn't seem as if the roads are slippery, but trust me, you can skid, you can hydroplane, you can do all sorts of stuff just by the roads getting just a little bit wet. It's basically like snow almost, where it's just that slippery if you're not careful. But when you add the wind to that, so say you have a severe thunderstorm warning or let alone a tornado warning, such as this one over here near Brookhaven, and that's where the storm passed on through nearby, um, you get an additional factor to where you could be actually just not be able to maintain straight traction. So, folks that are over in some of these areas, all right, if you're driving, you encounter this storm, don't be afraid to pull over at a nearby gas station or nearby grocery store. It's, not the end of the world for you to just wait for another 5-10 minutes so that way you can be able to drive safely home. Dan, nice to see you. Appreciate you coming around. Appreciate it. Thank you for the weather watcher. I really do appreciate that as well. Ryan, what's up? Nice to see you. Thank you, Miami. Feels so weird because it's literally 35 degrees in Ohio. Hold up. Let me check. Why are okay, real question. I don't know who put pillows and my Snuggie in that cubby there, but I got my weather stuff that's over there. That's my radio. How cold is it outside? Looks like 30s. Looks like 30s on there. Looks like it says 30s. We are going to put up a sky camera here somewhere. I like the idea of the Monticello camera because it's near the tornado warning. Although, that looks like it's looking southeast. This camera is looking southeast. That is a little disappointing. Isn't Byram on the north side of Jackson? I can't remember. I can't remember some of these places. Unfortunately, my knowledge of geography with town names has been lost over the past 9 months of me being inactive. We'll put the Tylertown camera up for right now. Keep that right there. So that way we just have, and I'm going to be trying to rotate the cameras so that way we just have a new place for people to look at. I need to figure out a way, chat, to be able to have a bunch of timers that reset. So that way I can just manually change stuff. Keep your guys' entertainment up. You're just tuning in here right now, by the way. Still have this tornado warning over here in Lincoln County, Lawrence County, and Copiah County, or Copiah County, either or. It is south of Jackson, Mississippi, over here near Brookhaven. We have some rotation, but the radar is kind of taking its grand old time to try and fix itself. But we have a lot of greens moving towards the radar, a lot of reds moving away, so right in the middle is where there's a little bit of rotation. Thank you, Jessica. Nice to see you too. Been constantly snowing in NYC. Can't get a break. I feel like New York City over the previous years haven't really been able to get a whole lot, so now they're starting to get some. It's a double-edged sword, huh? Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Innocent. Appreciate the kind words. It's nice to see you guys, too. At some point, I will say we might take a little bit of an intermission break, just a little one. I really am thinking about putting up um, my clock. I kind of really want to do it. I'm inspired, chat, because that way I can just look up and be able to see it. We can fix stuff, whatnot. Radar just updated. Doesn't seem to be doing too much at this time. I will say, this storm that came from Tylertown heading into Columbia is now starting to rotate a little bit more. Now, this is definitely going to be something that we're going to want to watch. It's got a pretty strong updraft. I'll tell you what, this thing is definitely doing some stuff. But it's also still pretty messy, so we'll watch out for it. We'll see. We'll see. Looking at some stuff here on the side, chat. Cool. Big Steelers fan. Well, I apologize for my Ravens kicking you out of the playoffs. We subsequently got kicked out by Buffalo for being idiots. So I definitely understand. Thank goodness the Eagles won and not the Chiefs. That's how I feel. I don't see any area of consolidation northeast of Brookhaven, southeast of Wesson. The main area of rotation would be right here, just to the west of Sontag. That would head into the Oma area, but it is not there yet. It's not consolidating into just. It's not there yet. That's the best way I can put it. Columbia is de-aliasing. Oh my goodness, we got some contamination. Somewhere, though, right here, southwest of Columbia, there is some rotation. Is there a camera over here? I know there's a camera in Hattiesburg. Turn that on, turn that on. There's a camera in Collins. It's going to head southwest of Collins. Southeast of Collins. It's going to head south of Collins in general. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if they issue a tornado warning on this cell right here. I really wouldn't be surprised. That is a new tornado warning. If it's Marion County, there it is.
Tornado warning for northeastern Marion County in south-central Mississippi, southeastern Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Lamar County in southeastern Mississippi, southeastern Jefferson Davis County in south-central Mississippi.
Well, chat. How about them apples? How about them apples, chat? Columbia, Mississippi, you need to watch out. Apparently, there's a camera in Radar Omega that is in Columbia, Mississippi, so it's pretty convenient that Okay, chat. Here's the dealio. We are gonna manage a subscription, And we're just gonna get the basic subscription. Invalid email address or password. Well, that's wonderful. Oh, duh. There we go. By the way, chat, I've listened to you guys. If there is one thing that I've listened to you guys on, I've turned on closed captioning. Are you guys proud of me? And from the looks of it, the stream, as it gets posted, is only like 15 seconds behind. So that's not that bad. What in the world? CKEYBONE. All I'm saying is my email. That's it. If my phone would function, I might be able to get Radar Omega, chat, but I don't think I'm going to get Radar Omega. I think that also might be a tornado pretty soon in Colombia. Or at least there's some funnel clouds. There definitely looks to be something afoot. I am indeed, Mike. I am indeed. I'm going to pull up the camera in Hattiesburg. Recording not available. That's wonderful. Hold up, chat. We might be able to see it. Yes, we want that one. Cool. We are subscribed. Shall we, chat? Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. That is definitely a funnel cloud. Oh. Oh. That, my friends, is a tornado. Yep, there's debris. There's debris. That is a tornado on the ground. Yep, they're gonna move the camera for us. That is a tornado, chat. Is that another funnel to the left of it, too? Is there two? Like, this is the main one, obviously. Is that another one trying to spin up next to it? Is that all just one part of the parent supercell? That is on the ground and doing damage, chat. That is indeed a tornado. That is absolutely a tornado. Look at that. You can absolutely see. Yeah, that thing is definitely on the ground right now, chat. So if you know anyone that lives in Columbia, Mississippi. Columbia, Mississippi. Need to get into your safe space right now. This is Columbia, Mississippi. Still got a very well pronounced tube. Look at that there, chat. Wow. That is something. It looks like the bottom part of the rotation is lagging behind. I think the lower level winds are very weak at the moment, which means that the long term bodes well to not as long lived or long track tornadoes. We will see a lot of spin ups with it, though. We will see a lot of recycling. The best way I can put it. But it's definitely doing damage here, chat. It is definitely doing damage. The good news here now is that it is now away from downtown Columbia, Mississippi. It is now on the eastern side. It's actually north of Highway 98. And it looks like the funnel went back up. Looks like it went up. It's still there. You can see it peek out just a little bit. I don't see any debris clouds at this time, so that's the good news. It's not doing damage right now. Look at that funnel, man. Look at it. Look at that. Oh, what? Radar is not having fun looking at this thing, I'll tell you what. It looks like the funnel went back up into the mesocyclone. It looks like it went back up into the wall cloud. What's up, Unreasonable? Long time no see. Is it going to hit Seminary? Seminary. It's going to cut it close. It's going to cut it close. I think it might go a little bit just to your south, but it's going to cut it close. So I wouldn't rule out any possibility with it. Well, it seems that correlation coefficient is telling us something we already knew. So that goes to show you what I was talking about earlier. So when I talked about earlier about how we don't exactly see tornadoes unless if they do damage when it comes to radar, well, there you go. There's your example if you look right above my head. That is the correlation coefficient. It's basically telling you that there is something other than rain, that is right here on radar. Let's see. Now, since there's a tornado that is on the ground. No damage quite yet from what I see on Twitter, but there is definitely... Let's put it this way. Everyone is pretty convinced I'll have to keep that. Someone found the tornado on a separate campsite too. I have no idea how they found that, but I definitely want to find where that site is after the stream. So there's your confirmed tornado warning here, guys. The baby storm did it. It sure did. It sure did. Let me turn this off. This was Marion County. We'll pull up Columbia Fire. You got this, bro. No, I don't got this, bro. Turn it off. Oh boy. No sound? I don't know. Everyone else has been hearing me great, so. Stop! I don't want to hear the ads anymore. That is a tractor trailer that has been oofed. Yeah, goodbye. Okay. Once again, we could hear meaningful stuff here soon. That is a new tornado warning, so we definitely will hear some stuff pretty shortly.
Tornado warning for Simpson County in central Mississippi, northeastern Lawrence County in south central Mississippi, northwestern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
My ears. Turn that down.
Engine 1 Central got structure damage to 89, old 98, right here in front of Crown Laundry. Occupants are 10-2.
Structure damage, they just reported. For folks that are wondering right now, the tornado warning right now, the storm that just produced a tornado, the rotation has weakened pretty significantly. So it is not an immediate threat to folks.
Lots of debris.
Excuse me?
On West Lakeview Drive at Bellwood Drive.
Bellwood Drive. Well, I can't find Bellwood Drive, so that's convenient. Um. Hmm.
FD30 to FD5, Region 1. Go ahead. Report. Did anybody ever go back there to Chuck's and make sure that they normally in that portable bill to check on them? Chuck's fine. It didn't come across Chuck's. It looked like it dropped out of the sky just crossed Columbia Purpose Road along Culver's on and hit Beacon Supply and then stayed on the ground. Copy. Need to get somebody come off National Guard, go into Lakeview. They said they crossed the pond. Damn, right here. Got heavy damage. Right here at Bellawood and West Lakeview Drive. All occupants paint appear to do the time. As soon as we get these oxygen bottles and acetylene bottles taken off at Beacon Supply, we can go check somewhere else. Everybody's going to be 10-2 at this location.
Oof.
I'm right there, mate. Know you're real somewhere all like come in from somewhere on the road in. 10-4, engine 4, what's your total?
198, and we're Clearview. We're about to take up the National Guard now.
So they're asking for the National Guard. There's Bellwood, or it's Bellwood Boulevard. It wouldn't be Bellwood Drive, but it's right here. So this is what I'm looking at here, chat. This is where the tornado crossed over. There's some damage reported here. For reference, okay, here's Columbia. Okay. The lake is over here on the eastern side near Highway 98. We're talking about this area that was over near the Walt Massey Chevrolet Ford in GMC. And it would be at this intersection here of Highway 180 or 198 and Highway 98. So once again, reports of damage, and they're asking for the National Guard over here. To what degree, I don't know. Kirby, you're a legend.
Everyone's clear from Beacon. I just spoke with SO3, FD3. He said the rest of Lakeview looks 10-2. Might want to jump out 44 and check up that way. 10-4. Everybody's got lines down on the side of Highway 98 if we get any fire calls.
It's not turning on.
Around the dialysis.
That's not great. Oh, it's on Cyclone Port. Oh, is it? Absolutely right.
Tornado warning for South Central Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Washington County in southwestern Alabama, west central Clark County in southwestern Alabama.
Someone said in chat to take a look at the Wiggins cell. Unfortunately, the New Orleans radar is having issues. So, it's hard to say. But that is a new tornado warning for Washington, Choctaw, and Clark counties here in Alabama. If you live in these areas, need to get into your safe space. There's a little bit of rotation here. There absolutely is a little bit of rotation. Red's moving away and green's moving towards. So, watch out for that if you can. I'm going to come over here and see if I can... Might be beneficial to turn down the volume. Might be beneficial. I don't see any looks of stuff could be blocking the road that's in Colombia. So I think it's only that localized area in eastern Colombia. Hopefully,
Or it's going to be in Lakeview this time.
Engine one. Got one structure completely gone. It's going to be a shed at 33 West Lakeview Drive.
so that 33
Be a couple trees down right here at the entrance of Bellawood and West Lakeview. Their roadway blockage.
shed. Well, hopefully there was no one in that shed based off of that report, because they unfortunately said that there was some structure, might be a small structure.
Engine 30 to engine one. I'm going to take Lakeview, go back there, go Tommy Wallace place, make sure there ain't nothing there, and then I'm going to come back and try to start clearing the roads right here. Lakeview and Duff.
Yeah, they're saying there's damage right there at the intersection of Lakeview and Bellwood. Or Bell. Yeah, Bellwood. So. It's nice to see you again, Lisa. Nice to see you all. I keep cutting off and on. I'll have to see if I can fix that.
Right, several trees down on Lakeview also. It's going to be impassable for an engine. I'm going to get out, try to get at least one lane open.
I'll have to add that to my map. Man, I got a lot of stuff I gotta add to my camera map here soon, don't I? Looks like the tornado warning that was in Washington County, Alabama, doesn't seem to be maintaining its strength, so we'll see. Yeah, the cell in Wiggins definitely looks like it is trying to do something. You guys can kind of see there. It's hard to say, though.
Some pretty significant structural damage in 1999 National Road.
1990. Oh my god, they aren't calling the National Guard. Wow. So, get this, chat. Get this, chat. First off, this is how you know they're creative. This is National Guard Road. Why did they name it National Guard Road? I don't know. But National Guard Road goes right through here. So my apologies on that. That's crazy. But it seems in this area right here, they're reporting a lot of structural damage across the board in this area. A lot of these seem to be single-story to...
Structural damage to 15 Lakeview Drive.
So more structural damage. They're just going to be reporting that. I want to direct our attention to the tornado warning that is over here near Shivers and New Hebron, as well as McGee. This could definitely try to be significant here soon. I definitely think it's possible. Burton got evicted again? Sheesh.
Good. Do you need me to come in to assist with anything?
What the heck is wrong with you two over there?
If you don't have anything else going, and we can always turn you around if we don't need it. 3 to 1.
These are the only real 4 storms that are doing stuff right now, chat. Once again, it's this cell that's southeast of Jackson, this one over here northwest of Hattiesburg, this one that's over north of Chatham, and then this one down here near Wiggins.
Shut down traffic at Lakeview and 98. East Lakeview. Try to keep some of this traffic out here so we can get some stuff cleared out.
98.
Simple.
Okay, so right here at the intersection of National Guard and East Lakeview. There's something going on over there as well. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't see anything additional. I don't see any additional information. On Twitter, so that's... We combed the desert over there. Man, I'm telling you, this cell near New Hebron, this is definitely one to watch. I'm really thinking that this one... Is there anything that is over Mount Olive? There's not really any cameras over there, unfortunately. What's up, Andrew? Nice to see you, Matt. Nice to see you. Let's try and get... Is the camera in Mendenhall working yet? I'm going to take that as a no. Pretty soon there's going to be some stuff that's heading towards Tylertown. Might be good just to have... Well, actually, let's get something different up. Let's get an M.Dot camera over here that might be interesting. Yeah, I'll get that on for right now. Still, the storm that is near New Hebron heading into McGee, this one is definitely still trying to produce something. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it does, but we do have some good rotation here. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle, just to the east of Shivers. That is where I would be watching out for something tornadic. You can clearly see this thing is trying to produce a hook, or trying to hook around too. Red, and then just right at the bottom part right here. You see how it's kind of curling up just a little bit? That's what I would say. Or I would say that this one's definitely trying to do something with what it's got. Mic is cutting on and off. Not sure if it's Wi-Fi or not. Huh. Let's see. Let's try and see if that does some stuff. If not, that'll be pretty sad, which means I'll need to make another investment in mic quality. But lovely. That is a ZDR arc, chat. That is absolutely a ZDR arc. Absolutely. This thing is definitely trying to intensify. Go look at 3K here real quick.
And then NCC1 was going to shut down National Guard to keep traffic out of Lakeview.
Look at yeah, so it'll basically continue. Sheesh. It'll definitely be an overnight threat.
Lakeview Drive will be completely up at this time now.
I'll tell you what, though, I am not staying up the entire night. I got work tomorrow. I will do my best to stay up until as late as I can, which will probably be 11 Eastern. 10 Central. Man, just a couple of these storms in general are just spinning up. This is still de-aliasing to all get out. There might just be something wrong with New Orleans' radar. There might. I'm not exactly sold on the Wiggins sell quite yet. Ha! That's kind of funny. It is definitely rotating. I'll give it that. It is definitely rotating. It is definitely trying to spin. If there's anything that I'm impressed about, its updraft is probably the best out of all of these storms. Meaning that there's a lot of very strong, constant rising right next to where the rotation should be. But I don't know. It's just it's gotta bring it together just a little bit more. But yeah, it definitely it's one of where did the other storm go? The cell that produced the tornado in Colombia has died. So the folk that was in seminary, I believe that was if I scroll up. Unreasonable. You're good for right now. There's going to be more storms that are going to head off in your area, but that storm, even though it tried to get as close as it could to seminary as possible, it died out. So you're getting the remnants of what was that tornado. I think you have a CC in Chatham. I would wait for another frame to say officially. It looks like it's trying, but it's not doing a great job of it. We are getting a little further away from the radar. I will admit that. But all right. Well, it seems the cell that is south of New Augusta is trying to detach from, or what I mean by detach is it's time. Words, Nathan. It's trying to develop a specific area of rotation, like a developed area of rotation. It's trying to cut itself off from what this general rotation is. So it definitely looks like it is doing some stuff. Rotation near Monticello. Let's take a look. Oh, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. And the cool thing about Monticello is there's a camera there. Yeah, that is absolutely right, Kirby. Thank you, Crispy. Thank you, Lucid. Good to see you guys, too. Nice to see you, Zach. Yeah, this Monticello cell. Good call. Good call. And it's hooking. I'll tell you what, this is a mini supercell. In the near term, over the next 5 to 10 minutes, this is definitely going to be the cell to watch. That and probably the cell in Perry County. Now, one thing I will say, okay, it might be very much so short-lived. Because you see this? There are storms that are going to try and merge with it. And it's either going to make it stronger or it's going to kill itself off. Either or. So watch out for that. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for north central Harrison County in southern Mississippi.
Lamau? It's that cell that they did it for? Victoria, what's up? Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. They tornado warned that storm? I mean, it's valid. Howison and Saucier. If you're in those areas, you need to take your proper precautions and get in your safe space. Same with McHenry and Perkinston. over here in Stone County. There's absolutely some rotation right within this spot. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Good ZDR too, good updraft. That'll do it. Rotation over in Mendenhall too. It might be possible. There could be some bookend vortex type stuff up there. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's going to probably produce very soon. This cell over here near McGee, realistically speaking, just started curling up. Look at how well defined that is, chat.
Tornado warning for Eastern Stone County in southeastern Mississippi.
Well, that's valid. They issued an extension off of that tornado warning. So once again, Stone County, watch out. I want to look at this cell over here in McGee. This is something. Look at that. Look at this hook echo here, chat. I'll tell you what, this is a pretty powerful storm. Unfortunately, we don't have any cameras that are over here in McGee. We have one camera in Collins, but that's not going to look at this storm. So it might be best for us to just... Actually... There's the camera from Monticello. And actually, is that a wall cloud? Hold up, chat. Is this... This is absolutely a part of the wall cloud here, chat. It is hard to tell, but it is there. There is a big looking wall cloud here near Monticello. So now we have two storms, one near McGee and one near Monticello, that might be trying to quickly wrap up. I really wish I could move this. Hate the fact that I can't. Hate it. I hate it. Yep, kind of surprised myself, Kaylee. No, for real. It's good to be back. So now we're starting to get to the rear part of the storm now. We're starting to lose it. But that is still definitely crazy looking thing. 3D using KDGX? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Give Nate control of the cams. Actually, it's more on my end. I would have moved the camera over a little bit more, but unfortunately, my Streamlabs has my sources frozen for whatever reason. It's not locked, it's just frozen. So I guess I'll have to fix it after the stream. I don't know. Hey, Miss Pac-Man. Sup, Owens? Nice to see you. Rotation near Beaumont? Beaumont where? That's the real question. It wouldn't be Beaumont, Texas, would it? That's the only Beaumont I know. Yeah, this cell near McGee really is interesting. Look at that ZDR art, chat. This is definitely a sign that this storm is going to try to intensify. I mean, I'm watching this very closely. If you are in Mize, Taylorsville, Silverina, Stinger, and Bay Springs, please, please, please watch out. I don't even know Tristan. I don't even know. It's above the Wiggins cell? Oh, let's take a look. Gotcha. Gotcha. So it's the old Wiggins cell. Gotcha. Yeah, that thing definitely does have rotation on it. Good call, Crystal. I'm still here, Miss Pac-Man. That's all I can say. I'm still here. Life ain't gonna drag me down yet. Excuse me. That cell that was over near Howison and McHenry started to weaken a little bit, so that is one thing to note. This other cell that's moving out of Washington County, heading into portions of Clark County. It's still rotating. It's just not doing a whole lot with itself. So we're also starting to get into a portion of the event where storms are heading out into not so great radar coverage. So even this cell that's over northeast of Laurel, it looks like it, could be a supercell. It looks like it's trying to rotate. It looks like it's trying to wrap rain into a hook fashion, but it's not, it's not quite there yet, and it's also going to be very difficult for us to see if it's going to be doing more than just, what it is doing. But the classic radar hole. Man, if I'm in Prentice, if you're in Prentice, Mississippi right now, please get in your safe space. I know this is I know this isn't a tornado warning, but please get in your safe space. Honestly, this is a cell that could potentially try to produce a tornado, and I'd rather people be safe than sorry. So once again, if you're in Prentice, please get into your safe space. This is the east of Monticello. Yeah, we are, NAH. Yes, we are. Is that a new room? Yes, it is. It's my new living space. I'm working on filling up my my bookshelves, which is technically a divider. It's not a back wall, but it's supposed to make it look like a back wall. I'll have to make it look nicer. Add more stuff. I'll get there. Eventually. Yeah, Finch fight. McGee cell's going outflow dominant. Well, that seems to be a trend, I will say. Yeah, I would have to agree. When did I move? I'd say around like the November, December time frame. Something like that. That is a new scan. Man, oh man. Yeah, it definitely is going outflow dominant. The rotation is starting to get left behind. This also is telling me too that once again we are getting the case of unidirectional shear, because you would be able to see this hook wrap all the way around and we'd be able to see a tornado. If we would just get some shear that from the, southeast would be, if we would get some sustained southeast flow, but we're not. We're really not. And that's the good news. Because of that, there's only been one tornado today. I'm going to look up here. It's starting to get cold in this basement again. In this good old storage space. Yeah, that's a good point by Reed. I wouldn't say that those storms would start doing anything until I'd say maybe a half an hour from now, give or take. Something like that. Thank you, Ty. It's nice to be around here. Yeah, but shear doesn't happen until night. Maybe so, but you can still get shear that changes direction. So, if you could just get that to happen somehow, some way, then boom, you get it. But unfortunately for some of these storms, if they wanted to be any sort of interesting, they're not getting it right now. I'm pretty okay with that. I am definitely okay with that. Is shear supposed to pick up as the night goes on? Yeah, but only by about 5 to 10 knots. It's not supposed to be anything super big. The one thing about wind shear is that, or at least shear in general with these severe events, is you need wind shear to be able to veer with height. You need it to be able to you need it to be able to get pure vorticity. Macomb. Oh, that one down there. Indeed, indeed. What you doing there, little buddy? Yeah. That is a new tornado warning for that cell.
For northwestern Waldhall County in southern Mississippi, central Pike County in southern Mississippi.
You know what, chat? There might be a small possibility. And that possibility is very real, chat. Oh my goodness. This is a live look at that tornado-warned storm that is over near Magnolia. Look at that, man. That is a wall cloud with a huge lowering on the side. I'm not going to say that's a tornado. I don't think it's a tornado quite yet. It very well could be. But that is pretty ominous. I don't think it touches the ground. It doesn't look like it touches the ground. That is a pretty gnarly look. Very low wall cloud there. So please keep in mind with that as I pull up the radar. We'll keep that up there. Here is the tornado warning in question. Excuse me. Excuse me. I've been trying to get over this cold for the past 2.5 weeks, and it won't let me go. Save me. Here's the tornado warning in question when we were looking at that rotation, which is right above us. Pike counties and Walthall County. If you live in that area, near Magnolia, Holmesville, Pricedale, areas north of Tylertown, you need to watch out. And you know what? It's very possible that we could see the storm from Tylertown if it loads. Never mind. We're not seeing anything from Tylertown. But man, oh man, pretty ominous wall cloud here. And you can see where it ends too. I mean, the wall cloud ends right here. So there is absolutely some activity. I'm trying to look through to see.
All units just spoke with Centerpoint.
Ah!
Technician in the
Oh
area.
boy.
If y'all come across anything, let me know and I'll give them a call and give them a location.
New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Perry County in southeastern Mississippi, Northern Greene County in southeastern Mississippi.
Well, it looks like the camera froze temporarily, so that's interesting. Starting to get a couple of tornado warnings, including the cell that was near McLean, heading into Leakesville. I want to check this Prentice cell, though. Okay, we are starting to get into the time of the event to where storms are going to start running into each other. So, folks that are over in Collins, Seminary, Hot Coffee, Mount Olive, Mount Carmel, first off, watch out for those storms. Second off, we might see some sustained rain, which could turn into some flooding. So, watch out for that. Beaumont, Neely, McLean. Well, there you go. It is definitely trying to spin up. Rotation starting to get a little bit stronger with it. So there you are. It looks like the cell that was over near Saucier just lost its tornado warning. What's up, Van Houten? Sinus infections and colds are not fun. Yeah, I had like a sinus infection and then another one and then the flu. And it's just my congestion has always been disgustingly terrible.
Nobody's advised. There's going to be damage to the structure of Good News Brew and Hattiesburg, Dallas unit.
Keep that right there for now. I appreciate that, Melissa. Nice to see you again as well. Is that a new... That is a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for that whole line. Heading into Raleigh, Lewin, Paulding, Bay Springs, Stringer, Taylorsville, Hot Coffee. And then all the way up towards areas near I-59. Watch out for that. You know, I think this cell near Neely and McLean, it's kind of interesting in its own way. And the only reason why I say that is because it's right on the edge of where there's a bunch of 3 Cape and Vorticity. But here's the kicker. Okay. It is starting to leave some parts of the decent thermodynamics. So it's not really gaining a whole lot. And it is starting to move into an area of higher deep moisture convergence, which means it's probably going to turn high precip, honestly. At least relatively soon. And let's see. I want to go back to that 3 Cape and Vort. It's getting into good Vort, but it's just sacrificing itself with the Cape. Let's take a look at surface observations within that area. See, this is the only good thing about that environment that's over there. So southern Mississippi into Alabama has got some good winds that are coming in from the south and east. We go to the photograph map. Like, the photographs are just way better over here. The orientation of the boundary has made it unfavorable for veering flow in the lower levels. So you really have to rely on these little storms out in front to be able to try and do stuff for you, tornado-wise. There is enough moisture convergence to try and get it done, but here is basically the kicker. All right. This is basically your only area that's going to try and get some sustained activity. Anything that is outside of it either is the beginning of storms that are going to move into that area or the end of storms that are moving out of it. That's basically what we have here. There could be some stuff that tries to ride I-20. Excuse me. That is very possible. Absolutely possible. But for right now, I feel like each storm is just pulsating. It's just like, yeah. It starts and then it goes. It starts and then it goes. Check the cell that is over east of Magnolia, heading into Tylertown. It still looks like it has some rotation on it. It's just looks like it's splitting. It looks like it has performed a split. The storm said I can't handle it anymore. We need to split. Anyways. Enough jokes. Not a joking matter. I couldn't even laugh at my own joke. It was that bad. How dare I? Wow, oh wow. Isn't the cell that was over in McGee how the turns have tabled? As we now have a little bow echo. A little bow echo. It's not bad. It's not bad. I kind of want to run a loop through this. Yep, there's the loop. If you're just tuning in here right now, we're looking at storms in Mississippi and Alabama that are trying to be tornadic. Currently have 3 tornado warnings and 1 severe thunderstorm warning. But really, we just have 3 storms to look at. Maybe 4, depending upon if that equipment in Shibuya cell does something, but I doubt it. Huh. That's interesting, chassis. I'll have to look that up. That sounds pretty interesting.
First one, engine one. Well, there's my beacon slide. Y'all want to stand over here with truck unit, or where y'all need us at? I got 7 in there.
There is still not any pictures of damage from the tornado. We know it did damage because we had reports from the scanner here live on the channel. But okay, that's pretty nice. Lay's Supercell flavored chips. I could go for some chips. Excuse me. That is a crazy video that James Spann posted of the tornado. I'll retweet it for the folks that want to see it on Twitter. I might be able to show it a little bit later on. It's hard to say. You'll have to y'all will have to remind me when there isn't tornado warnings. Like there's fog behind it before the wind comes. Huh. Yeah, I'll really have to look at it. It really has, Project. It really has. It has been a long time. That is a supercell that is trying to develop in Bay Springs. Starting to fix its CDR arc just a little bit. I'll tell you what, maybe, just maybe, if this thing could spin around just a little bit, we can get some stuff. What the heck happened to my phone? Oh. Belmont so lost all its rotation. That's typical. Hurricane tore up Valdosta in Lakeland, Georgia. Lakeland got it bad. Hurricane Helene. Yeah. There's just a lot of stuff that was going on in my life, and I needed to just get away. Is the best way I can put it. I've been at my full-time job for almost 5 months now, and I'm going to try and balance this. Now, I will say YouTube is going to be taking priority. So if I can't balance both full-time jobs, the full-time job that I'm currently at for the past 5 months is not a weather job. It's just a way for me to make money so I don't go into debt. That's just the best way I can put it. College, I've just been kind of going in and out of it because there's just been times to where I've been good at college, and there's just some times to where I haven't been able to get through my classes. So I'm just trying to do things my way without having to lose money. And yeah, it's basically how it is. It's for another video for me to discuss what has been happening over the past 9 months since the last time you guys have seen me. But believe me when I say there's just been a lot of stuff. Let's take a look at the new MCD because some of you guys have informed me that there is a new one. And so we shall look. What would be the right one to look at with this? I'm trying to look. Oh. It probably is that. We're probably going to just have to use that. Delete that. What's up, Jonathan? Nice to see you. Hey, I remember watching one of your live streams a long time ago, back to Storm Central days. Hope things are going well. It's good to see you streaming again. Well, I appreciate that, Andrew. Nice to see you as well. Thank you for sticking, or even just coming in for a little bit. So here is our aforementioned mesoscale discussion. There's the image. Most probable peak intensity for tornadoes, 120 to 150 miles an hour. So that would be the EF3 range. That's what they're potentially expecting, give or take. Now, I'm going to try and do my best to summarize this best as I can. Primary threat will be near the warm front, especially with discrete/semi-discrete supercells. A strong tornado is possible. Several supercells have been going in and out of the event. The environment will continue to be conducive for that. Cells that can continue to regenerate will be most likely candidates of sustaining a longer-lived tornado. So basically, the storms that don't immediately die out like what we've seen, okay? We need to not see that. Things need to change. But according to some of the models, 22Z, so that should be coming up in the next 40 minutes. That's when we could probably see some of that coming up here soon. So we will have to see. That's crazy. Further north you get, the colder it gets, and it's not to say that cold isn't bad. It's just it's warmer up above it. There's a lot of warm temperatures. A good 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers up above the ground, which makes it so that there's some inversion aloft. Makes it so that there is a limiting factor. So it's basically saying anything north of I-20, you're not going to really get a whole lot of tornadic activity. But you could get... What the heck is that? Oh. It's just Trusty Tristy. But there are a couple of areas. There's currently 3 areas right now, if you were to ask me, what I'm looking at right now, what I'm watching. 3 areas, all in Mississippi. One of which currently has a tornado warning. This cell over here, just to the north and east of Holmesville, north of Tylertown. It is currently due west of Columbia, which is where we've had a tornado today. We've only had one tornado that we have witnessed confirmed today. And good news is this storm isn't going to be heading off into Columbia. This will be heading north of Columbia. But it'll be a very similar spot. It'll be in a very similar spot to where there could be some activity. Unfortunately, we do have a camera. So we will be able to look at some stuff there. I'll tell you what, chat. I have not... Graphics. YouTube stream setup. Wow, congratulations, Nate. You have found it. Let's put this over here. Just a reminder for everyone, for the folks. That's not what I wanted. National. Just a reminder. Here we go. Full. Zoom out. We do have the threat for severe weather on Saturday, so keep in mind we will likely be back to stream. Actually, we will be streaming that day. And also make sure you guys pay attention to the channel. We will now have daily uploads at 8 p.m. Daily uploads at 8 p.m., except for the days in which we are streaming. So, consider that as well. I'm going to double check these little cells down here. They're not really doing a whole lot. Cell north of Tylertown still is rotating. Honestly, we probably will see a new tornado warning. It'll head over towards the Bassfield, the Oakville, and the Morgantown areas. So that'll be Lawrence County, Jefferson Davis County, Northern Marion County, still in Walthall County. I would definitely watch out for some of that. Alma, with the Weather Watcher, again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for continuing to be a constant supporter of the channel.
If you've got a log started for structural damage, 20 Lakeshore Drive, roof damage, windows busted out of it.
They are still reporting structural damage from that tornado earlier in Columbia. They're reporting it on the eastern side, and actually, they've closed off the road on Lakeview Drive. Here you go, guys. You can see this is Columbia, right? This is Highway 98. This is Highway 198. It's right at the intersection of 198. So it's on the eastern side of Columbia. And we're starting to see they've closed off the road, or there's some sort of traffic here that is on West Lakeview Drive and Old Highway 98. And we've gotten a bunch of reports, honestly. We've gotten a bunch of reports of damage in this general area right here. We've heard Bellwood Boulevard. Well, actually, they called it Bellwood Drive, but it's Bellwood Boulevard, West Lakeview, East Lakeview, National Guard, Lakeshore. We've heard all these areas right here. We've heard structural damage. We've heard trees down. There is one report that I heard from them that I'm kind of like, it's not questioning, but it's like I wish I had more information. They said there was what looked to have been a shed or some form of structure that was completely damaged. And the person in me is like, all right, well, I wonder what type of structure that was, and hopefully there wasn't anybody in there. But the good news, based off of what I've been hearing, is that there has not been any injuries so far with that. We also heard earlier there was a tornado-warned storm that was heading into Brookhaven. Right before it went tornado warned, there was actually a report of a car crash of a pickup truck. Oh, so outbuildings in that place got destroyed. There was a car crash, a pickup truck that ran into the median of Highway 84, right here on the border of Franklin County and Lincoln County. Fortunately, that one didn't have an injury either. It was just a car crash there. So, a car accident, either way you want to call it.
Can you get the address? We're on Janice right now. She can't advise. It's Miss Margaret Ray that she's trying to check on. She may be able to stand in here. It's just congested with trucks right now.
Interesting. So yes and no, Tristan. Lapse rates are kind of actually decent for this event. The reason why this event isn't as good as it is, though, is there's a little bit of an inversion, right around 900 millibars, give or take. And then there's also, so the one thing about this whole event that is just a giant question mark is the boundary. So the cold front is a southwest to northeast oriented boundary, and the warm front is so wavy that you're not able to get sustained southeastern flow unless if you're in like the extreme southern portions of Alabama and Mississippi. So the prefrontals are the ones to really watch. Now, I will say, and this is something that I have just noticed, along I-59, so from Hattiesburg all the way up north, there has been some southerly flow to maybe even some southeasterly flow that is starting to get introduced. So that is pretty accurate with what the models have been saying and how the peak would be coming within the next, or I should say the peak window should be coming from the next, well, for the next 30 minutes all the way up to 2Z, 3Z, something like that. Probably 3Z. So confluence, basically. Basically. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Perry County in southeastern Mississippi, Northern Greene County in southeastern Mississippi.
Is that... Yeah, it's the Leakesville cell, I think. Yeah, that's the cell northeast of... Huh? Wait a second.
53 Central.
It just said there was a tornado warning.
Number 89.
Where is it?
Old Highway 98. We're putting a tarp on the roof. Have structural damage.
Hungry, waking up from a nap, seeing the stream, and that's nice to see. Thank you very much for the kind words. Oh, is it, I guess, the new tornado warning for... No. We just heard there was a new tornado warning. I don't understand. I don't get it. All right, chat. What I will say, though... I do have to go to the bathroom here pretty soon. Actually, we'll do it now. Because hopefully... this slow activity continues for a little bit. But we will be back. There is this storm right here that is near Bassfield that just popped out of nowhere. So we'll have to watch out for that. These popcorn cells doing the usual stuff. There's the report of damage earlier. Lakeview subdivision has damage and trees down, a couple of homes in the area as well as businesses receive damage. There's definitely some stuff. Keaton with the 23 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, hi, Nate. Glad to see you back. Just wanted to ask if you've seen the 30% for day 4. Yes, I have. And we will be here for that. The plan for this channel, at least, is to be a lot more hands-on. We are going to try and balance 2 full-time jobs. It's going to be fun. I just got to not burn myself out. Oh boy. But anyways, no, for real. We will be here. And also, just as a, just so everyone knows, we are going to try to upload every single evening until further notice, until I say so. And the time will likely be around 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. I get home from work at like 4:30. So from the time I get home from work to 7 o'clock, that's the time in which I'll be working on my video. And then we'll be uploading, and then we'll have our content up for you guys to see what I mean. See the live streams, see the videos, all sorts of stuff like that. And then side note as well, I'm also making a video of how to read radar for everyone. So that'll be pretty cool. All right, I think I'm going to step aside for just a little bit. But a lot of cool things. A lot of cool things to come out for the channel, and a lot of stuff to talk about coming here soon. As the storms just don't want to go away, huh? They just don't want to go away. Let us get a new camera. What would be a good place for us to watch? Not that. Man, we need Morgan now as well. Morgan, honestly, we might get him in every now and then, but he's got college, and he's working hard on it. He's kind of going through the same, well, not really the same issue as me, because he's, like, doing really well in his classes for the most part. But it's just, like, mentally, it is very taxing. It is definitely taxing on him. I think Laurel is going to be the way to go here. Switch to video. And there we go. We have the camera for Laurel. You going to be live more of the Severe season? My go-to? Yes. From now all the way up until the beginning of June, we are going to do as much as we possibly can to be live. There might be a couple instances to where we can't be live. There's some plans that I've already had scheduled that will make it so that if there's stuff on that day, I simply can't. But we will try and do as much as we possibly can. Video uploads every single day, unless if there's, well, we're going to just try and do it every single day. We're going to try and do it every single day. Try and just get into a habit. That way, people just will have something. They can come in whenever they want. And yeah, that's basically what we got there. So I will be back in a sec. Give me... There's a clock at the bottom left-hand side of the screen here. At 1841 is when I'll be back. 1841.
I'm gonna run and get those roofing packed. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, well, I was kind of close. I was kind of close. It's still cold down here. It is still cold. I was 1 minute late. One. Ah. Okay. What has happened in the 3 minutes? State line getting hammered right now? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Make sure you stay indoors, my friend. Stay indoors. I'm gonna actually put this over here. Brandon said he had a very low. I love weather mannerisms. Imagine having 5 empty shelves in your bookcase. Yeah, I know. This is a new place for me, so I'm trying to fill stuff in as I go. But true, true. True, true. I agree. I'd have to figure out where Brandon is. I'd have to assume he's at State Line. Most of the chasers decided to go that direction. I am back, Bacon. Hopefully for a bit. For a good while. Need to get back on Twitch. Well, we're not streaming on Twitch today, but we're going to try and figure out if we can stream on both YouTube and Twitch. It's a little, if I remember correctly, we always had issues trying to get on both. So, or sustaining both. Don't think there's a debris signature. I do not think there's a debris signature with the Southern State Line, but they probably will tornado warned it. They probably will tornado warned it. There's only one severe thunderstorm warning right now, by the way, chat. There's only one. I'm going to look at something here on the side, chat, and while I do that, I'm also going to pull up the live camera from Laurel. I still do not see any pictures of damage. Huh. Yeah, I don't see anything quite yet. Hopefully it stays that way, though. I will say, that would be great. The response time on Twitch was elite, too. That's why I'm thinking about doing it a different way. I'll have to figure it out on how it works, but I think I might be able to get both without having issues. Need to keep working on the traffic cameras. Forgot about that project. I've added a couple over the past couple of months, but there's absolutely, and honestly, I would be more than okay with taking just like an hour a day, just getting together in like a voice chat and just like putting on a jam on Spotify and just doing it for a little bit. Like it doesn't need to be a whole night type thing like what we were doing before. You know, it could just be like, oh, we do a little bit of this and then we could just mess around. But I can hear you crunching. Better. I have not ate since lunch, and lunch has been 12:30. Need my food. Remember the tornado warning in Hawaii last year in January? That was funny. Yeah, now it's starting to become a mess on the back end. The cell, the original tornado warning cell that was near Holmesville, Magnolia, it's still going. It's heading to Bassfield. Yeah, I mean, I know some people get annoyed because it does that. Well, because people can hear me eat and whatnot. I'll be honest. I kind of treat this as if I'm talking to a person. You know, like I'm talking to you all. You all are streaming, technically streaming with me. You know? You guys are my accomplices. But I try to treat this as if I'm talking to just another person. Like, I don't need to be put on a pedestal. I mean, I know everyone enjoys, you know, what I do and stuff like that. I truly just, you know, want to be chill with people. And then I didn't realize that it was too late. Example 1, Becca. Mm-hmm. True that, Spider. When do the storms move northwest? In Colorado. Whenever they get there. So they gotta circle the entire Earth before they can get to Colorado again. For those of you who don't know the story behind that, there's a it's like an EF3 in in Colorado in 2008. It went northwest. Tornadoes don't typically move northwest unless if the weather pattern favors it. But it did. And we're talking like from a traditional set state. Like tornadoes can move northwest, but usually it isn't like from its default movement. He said northwest. You know, now that I look at it, He did absolutely say northwest. Still the same thing. Go to Colorado. I get that, Kaylee, by the way. Holding the breath. Don't want to hear. Ooh. Did I pull for the Eagles or the Chiefs? I pulled for a meteor to hit the Earth. And I also pull for a time machine so I can watch my Ravens win it next year. So that's what we're going to do. Well, that is a new severe thunderstorm warning for that Chatham cell. It was tornado warned way back when. Now it's, kind of just doing stuff. Hey, listen, at some point, I'm going to be chasing. People are going to ask which direction I'm looking at. I'm just going to say Sorth. It's just going to happen. National Weather Service will call me on the phone, try and figure out. Just like this warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Smith County in central Mississippi, Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi, southern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
Right. I can kind of see why they did it. Could be worse. Could be a Falcons fan. Could be. If you live near Seminary, Sanford, and Collins. So I know I have someone who lives in Seminary who sometimes comes in and watches the stream. I recommend, for right now, you either get into a sturdy structure, or it won't be an entirely bad idea since you have about 20 minutes for you to go south on 49 to Sanford. But you have about 15, 20 minutes, give or take. Yeah, I definitely see why they warned it. Still got a little bit of a hook echo on it here, guys. You can clearly see it is trying to wrap around, but it's another one of those little mini supercells that we've been looking at. April 26th outbreak was something else. We're all in VC, and the server was losing their minds with the tornadoes that occurred. Oh, yeah. Yep, I thoroughly enjoyed that day, even though I couldn't stream. I did what I usually did on my Discord server, or usually would do to stream. I was working on my exam, and I was watching the tornado outbreak. It was all sorts of crazy. New severe thunderstorm warning for Laurel, Quitman, Heidelberg, Shibuya. All the folks over there. I forgot. There was the one town. There it is. I can't wait to say that town. Make fun of Morgan. Is that a CC drop on the Chatham Storm or no? If you run it back, it looks like it. Oh, look. I can see why you would think that. I can see why you would think that. The only reason why I say no is because the correlation coefficient is under the rotation. All right, so that's fair. That works. But usually when you have debris picked up by a tornado, you usually get higher values of reflectivity. So I don't think it is. Now, keep in mind, even though this is some side lobe contamination, we could very well see that change. This could turn yellow or even orange. I'd say this is more of a Banu Weak Echo region. But it's close. It's close. Good catch, though, Crystal. Good catch. Storm south of Miller, Alabama as a hook. Yep, that would be this one. There you go. It's a good catch as well, Sean. My goodness. 3D? I wonder, can I 3D it? Will it be... What? Oh. Okay. We can just kind of close out Columbia Fire now. They've already cleared the area. That was just a new 911 call for medical emergency. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to see with the 3D here, the inflow notch, but there is definitely one. It is right there. It is absolutely right there. It's just really skinny. This is a little baby cell. A little baby storm. The minute I say that, it's gonna have a big attitude. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely one of those cells that... Well, there's your tornado warning.
Tornado warning for South Central Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, North Central Washington County in southwestern Alabama, Northern Clark County in southwestern Alabama.
There you go. New tornado warning. It is starting to become nighttime, as Tornado Clips in chat said. Nocturnal threat. So watch out. Please have your proper tornado plans in place in case if you do get a tornado warning. And for the folks that are over here in Coffeeville, Frankville, Yarbo, Salitpa, Fulton, Grove Hill, and Thomasville here in Alabama, please consider getting into your safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Trust me when I say, G Ferraro, that will be another video. That will be a video. But yeah, I'm back for the severe season, at least until the beginning of June. What's up, Dune? I'm living. That's the best way I can say it. Best way I can put it out there. Let's go back to the Bassfield so area. Bassfield's currently in a tornado warning. Still good rotation with that too, so it is trying to develop. And that would kind of align with what the southeasterlies are saying too. The winds are starting to shift and change. So we are starting to get some veering with height. Once again, if you're in Seminary, Laurel, Ellisville, Moselle, Sanford, Collins, and Soso, I would definitely watch out. But still got a good bit of rotation here. Once again, green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So these are winds on the radar here. And you can definitely tell we got some counterclockwise spin. Got some rotation. Same goes for this cell that is over here in Frankville. Very strong rotation here with this now. Still looks like there is some side lobe contamination. At least to me, it looks like there is some side lobe contamination. What's up, Andrew? I've just been living life. On a real note, I've been okay. Been a lot better than I was last summer and last fall, but I'm okay. YouTube is your second job. I've got two full-time jobs. YouTube's gonna be my first one. And then the other one is the one that I've been working at for about 5 months now. So I'll be going in between those two. That's some real gnarly side lobe. What's your radar for the Alabama tornado warning? I would say the KMOB radar in Mobile. That's the one I'm using. Man, that's so in Bassfield. Man, oh man. I really think it's just these. Are there really any other cells that are forming, or is this it? And I'm talking about short term, like the confluence band that's from New Orleans all the way up into Alabama. So the discretes. What? No way! No way! Is the inversion too strong? I don't understand. On that sounding, it looked like it was fine. That's what it is. There is still some surface inversion. So this environment right now is still capped. It is still capped. Well, how about that, chat? How about them apples? The only storms that are going to be able to do stuff is these storms. Once this storm goes north of the warm front, it's over for this thing. And it'll just be this stuff. Huh. When do these tornado warnings expire? 33 and 33. Okay, so we still got a little ways to go. All right, chat. I have to ask. because I feel like this would be a valid question while we talk about severe weather. This is just an engagement topic, so I'm still going to continue to do what I do, as you guys know. But I have to ask, if you were to go storm chasing, what are some songs that you would put on your playlist or you would listen? Whether it's when you're driving up to the area, whether you're looking at the tornado, or whether you are driving home after a tornado chase. What would you do? Or what would you have on your playlist? And I already have one. I mean, I have a full storm chasing playlist. But I have one that I would always